22 nutrients, plus real food.
Junior, Matthews Junior and Senior. All right, good morning. Mr. Nichols, Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Harvey, Mr. Garner, good morning. All right. And Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right, Miss Love and Miss Hylton. Mr. Brown, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Atkins, good morning. Good morning. All right. Okay, before I bring out our jurors, anything I need to take up?
Yes, sir. We have just a remaining of
Okay.
1 member.
All right, come on up. Christine, is that good? Okay, unless there's anything else, I'll call for our jurors, okay? All right, so Neil, if you can summon our jurors, please.
All right, so jury.
Who? All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Officer Raymond.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, of the jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, without further delay, we're going to go ahead and continue with the presentation of the state's case. So, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Kirton Raymond to the stand.
All right. Officer Raymond, is that his last name?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Officer Raymond, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, please.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm testimony you give the name the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Please, fill in your first and last name for the court.
Sorry, I'm Officer Kirton Raymond, KIRTON RAYMOND.
Good morning, Officer Raymond. How
How
are
you
you
doing? I'm doing well, sir.
Can you please tell the jury where you are employed at?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been employed with Atlanta Police Department?
For approximately 9 years now.
And what is your current position with APD?
I'm a police officer and I patrol currently now beat 305.
And beat 305 is in what zone?
Zone 3, sir.
Can you describe for the jury where is beat 305 in zone 3?
Some of the main streets in 305's beat is Pryor, Maury, the Copper Homes, Copper School area.
And when you first started, what beat or zone did you work for APD?
I was still in Zone 3. I worked beat 313, which is the south side of Jonesboro Road.
Understood. And so, have you been, while working in these beats and zones, are you a patrol officer?
Yes, I'm a patrol officer. On a regular day, I get a wide array of calls from stolen vehicles, fight calls. It's a wide array. On a usual day, you could get from criminal trespass to somebody in an accident report, all that different stuff.
And are you post-certified now, Officer Raymond?
Yes, I am.
And were you post-certified in September of 2019?
Yes, I was.
Can you turn your attention to September 25th, 2019? Were you working that day?
Yes, I was working.
And back in September of 2019, what beat were you?
4035, you pull that in.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I was working beat 313.
And what shift were you working back then?
Evening shift, which is from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m.
And did you have, how did you get involved in this incident?
The call came up, Officer Cogdell. He tried to perform a traffic stop on the red.
Well, what's the basis, Mr. Bonds? I'm sorry?
You said he was reported to, he had no basis.
I'm gonna overrule your objection. All right.
You may answer, Officer Raymond.
Yes, so Officer Cogdell tried to perform a traffic stop on the vehicle. It fled from him. And then he put over the radio that the vehicle pretty much crashed out right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and the 75 ramp.
Now, when you first heard this come over dispatch, where were you located at?
I was on my beat in 313 speed. I was all the way down by Jonesboro Road, right around the 285 junction.
And how long did it take you roughly to get to that location?
Approximately about 8 to 10 minutes, sir.
And when you got there, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw a white Ford Fusion, airbags deployed. It was in the middle of the intersection. And there was also a red Nissan Sentra with a Florida tag. It was on the right side of Cleveland Avenue.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 25 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is that?
That's the accident that happened when Officer Cogdell was chasing the vehicle. That's the white Ford Fusion with the airbags deployed.
And how do you recognize it?
I did an accident report on that vehicle.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the scene this day?
Oh, yes, sir, it was. The only thing that's literally missing is just the red Nissan Sentra. And I think it should be on the right side. No, yes, sir.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 25 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection to States 25 Quebec? Hearing none, 25 Quebec is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state's going to publish States 25 Quebec. And Officer Raymond, is this the scene that you depicted or had just described when you got to this location?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
And with the white Ford Fusion, where was the damage located on that vehicle?
The damage was on the left side, the driver's side. Yeah, yeah.
And can you describe what is this intersection that we're looking at in States 25 Quebec? What are the roadways?
So it's going to be right at the intersection of Cleveland Avenue, and it's going to be the 75 ramp.
And when did you ever interact with any occupants of the white Ford Fusion?
Yeah, Mr. Montgomery, he was laying on the floor. I believe greater unit was rendering aid to him. He was laying on the right side, if I remember correctly. He was laying on the right side, and they would try to make sure he was okay after the accident.
Understood. Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as States 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, what did I just hand you?
Oh, that's Mr. Montgomery. Right after the accident, like I said, he got out the vehicle and he laid down, and we were just trying to make sure he was okay. Well, the other officers in the greater unit on scene.
And how were you able to recognize it? As in, how are you able to know what's depicted in States 26 Quebec?
Because I recognized him because I did the report for him. I interacted with him that day.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of Mr. Montgomery that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit States Exhibit 26 Quebec into evidence.
Any objection? Other than what's been noted already? Okay, all right. 26 Quebec is admitted. And the
Thank
court
you, Your
will
Honor.
note the continuing objection.
Publishing States Exhibit 26 Quebec. Officer Raymond, who is this gentleman depicted on this exhibit?
It's Mr. Montgomery, sir.
And when you get to a scene, you process an accident report. Can you kind of describe to the jury what you do, what information you get?
So when you're doing an accident report, you want to get both drivers if possible, get the tags of both vehicles. You want to assess the damage and where the damage is exactly on both vehicles, kind of to investigate, see who's at fault, how the accident happened. Also, you want to run the vehicles, see who the owner belongs to, see who the vehicle belongs to, see if there's valid insurance and stuff like that.
And were you able to run any information related to the red Nissan?
Oh, yes, I was able to run. It was a Florida tag, but I was able to run the tag on our system, and it came back to her rental.
And what state were the plates on that red Nissan?
It was a Florida tag.
And when you respond to a traffic accident, do you ever depict like how the accident looked for the record?
Yes, you do. It's mainly for the insurance companies. You pretty much want to paint a mental picture or a good picture for them about what happened in an accident. So usually on our programs, one of the tools that we use is a picture that we actually draw out in the accidents to, again, just to show the insurance companies who's at fault and where exactly the damage was and what exactly happened.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm handing the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27, Quebec. Officer Raymond, what is State's Exhibit 27, Quebec?
That's the diagram from the accident report that I did.
And how do you recognize it?
It depicts what happened that day.
Is it a very accurate depiction of the traffic report that you created?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit State's Exhibit 27, Quebec into the record.
Any objection to States 27 Quebec? Hearing none, it is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing State's Exhibit 27, Quebec. So, Officer Raymond, when you review traffic reports, how do you name or classify the vehicles involved? Is it numbers or letters, or how do you do that?
In the accident report, there are different units based on the vehicle. So, for instance, if there's 2 vehicles, it's going to be Unit 1, Unit 2, and so on. So, Unit 1 is the vehicle that's going to be at fault. Unit 2 is the vehicle that's not at fault.
And in this exhibit, what vehicles is Unit 1?
Unit 1 is going to be the vehicle traveling on Cleveland Avenue, and Unit 2, well, let me elaborate. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. No, I'm sorry, my mistake. Unit 1 is going to be the Ford Fusion. Unit 2, no. I'm sorry. Unit 1 is going to be the Nissan Sentra because it ran the light and it T-boned unit number 2.
And the roadway going vertical on this exhibit,
Yes, sir.
what road is that?
That's Cleveland Avenue.
And is the horizontal one, what road is that?
That's the 75 ramp.
And so in this State Exhibit 27, vehicle that's horizontal is which car again?
The vehicle that's horizontal going is going to be unit number 2.
And after obtaining this information, did you have any further involvement in this case?
No, all I did was just the accident report.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And Officer Raymond, what type of vehicle was the Nissan?
It was a vehicle at fault.
And what was do you remember the make and model of it?
Yeah, it was the vehicle at fault was a red Nissan Sentra.
One brief moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to grab what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 22, Quebec. Your Honor, I'm going to hand the witness what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 3Q and publish State's Exhibit 3Q. Officer Raymond, do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 3Q?
Yes, I do.
That 23Q?
3Q, Your Honor.
You got 23Q up. There you go. Okay.
And was that the vehicle that was Unit 1 in your report?
Yes, sir, that was the vehicle.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Officer Raymond,
Yes, sir.
in police vernacular, this is called a reported accident, is it not?
Yes, sir.
So that means that you weren't a witness to anything
No, I wasn't, sir.
other than you arrived on the scene. And part of your duty, as you said, is to make out a report for insurance purposes.
Yes, sir.
And that's what you put in your actual report itself for insurance purposes. It was filled out.
Yes, sir.
So when you testified earlier that somebody ran a red light, somebody was at fault, you don't know who ran a red light, correct?
Well, I wasn't there personally, but
Right. And in these type
Let him
accidents.
finish. Let him finish.
Well, I'm afraid he may get into hearsay, Your Honor. I'm asking.
He was about to say something when you cut him off.
All right. Yes, sir.
Were you? I mean, if you want to complete your statement, you can.
thank you.
All right.
I wasn't there personally, but again, we had multiple officers there who gave a statement
Your Honor,
about what happened.
All right. You can testify to what you saw and what you, okay?
That's what I was asking. All right. So a lot of times in these type reports, you have one person saying one thing and one person saying another, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you don't have a way of telling who actually ran a red light or who didn't.
But based on the damage, also you could put that into evaluation when you.
All right. And we saw a picture of your diagram, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it showed a T-bone.
Yes, sir.
But looking at that, you can't tell whether somebody pulled out in front of somebody or whether somebody ran into somebody that was already into the intersection, can you? In other words, you can't tell by looking at your diagram who was at fault.
You can't tell, no.
Right, you can't.
No.
Okay. And other than anything else here today, basically, it's still a reported accident. You don't know who's at fault, who did what, other than you arrived on the scene and filled out what you were supposed to do.
So when we're doing a police report, we analyze everything, we investigate everything, and one of the main things that me personally as an officer, I look at the damages, the position of the damages,
Yes.
and a lot of times it could tell you based on the damages and where the angle is, what happened.
And there are a lot of things you can look at and all that, but basically it's still something that you didn't witness.
Right.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. State anything further?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Officer Raymond, before creating that diagram, did you or did you not gather any information to create it?
Yes, sir. I gathered information from, again, Officer Cogdell, who was the primary unit, pretty much who, again, he initiated the traffic stop, and he literally was a couple of feet behind the vehicle when it happened.
You haven't, I'm sorry?
Getting into hearsay again.
Why don't y'all come up, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Raymond, after you respond and investigate traffic accidents, is the diagram something you do at the end of your investigation or the beginning?
No, you do the diagram. Everything you do pertaining to an accident report, you do it at the end. Again, you investigate. I investigate. I see what the damages are. I speak to the drivers on scene, and then from there, based on what they say, I go ahead and do the report, including the diagram.
Thank you, Officer Raymond. Your Honor, no further question or no further redirect by the state.
All right, anything further, Mr. Box? All right. May Officer Raymond be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Your Honor, permanently excused.
Okay, Officer Raymond, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness, so you're free to go about your usual duties and avocation. Just don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the city tendering some documents, some authenticating documents for Silver 901.
You have to speak up. You have to speak up. We couldn't hear you at all. You kind of trailed off. All right, so
Your Honor, this time the state will be tendering certified copies of conviction, self-authenticating documents of Mr. Shannon Stillwell.
I mean, what's the state?
Sorry. You approach when you get a chance.
Yeah, we can do it right now. All right, Ms. Hilton, you make it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender a few exhibits related to Act 98. First, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 30Q pursuant to OCGA 901. This is a certified copy of conviction of Mr. Shannon Bernard Jackson under indictment 19 SC 173371, where Mr. Jackson pled guilty to the lesser included fleeing and attempting to elude a police officer. He pled to hit and run, obstruction of law enforcement officer, expired or no license on person.
Sir,
Your
I'll note your objection and notice your continuing objection, and I'll overrule it, okay?
and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. He pled to this indictment on January 21st, 2020, where he received a
Your Honor, objection, sentence.
okay.
You have to speak up, sir.
You're right.
The sentence is irrelevant and it's not necessary for part of the certified disposition.
You're right, and we can withdraw that portion of it.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
And
that was states, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I said, didn't hear your question, Your
That
Honor.
was states what? I'm sorry.
30Q, Your Honor.
All right, states 32Q is admitted, and the court will note the objection, continued objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And as it results to Act 98 and Act 55 within count
Custom Ink helps us celebrate and drive our students' achievements with custom gear. They love Custom Ink's different styles and designs.
of that act is also followed by what the state is going to tender as State's Exhibit 33Q. 31Q.
Your Honor, that's what you objection.
Granted, sir, and, but I'm gonna overrule your objection as to this. I'm gonna overrule your objection as to admissibility now.
Which is indictment 10 SC 87662, where this is for Mr. Shannon Stillwell, also known as Shannon Jackson, where he pled guilty to participation in criminal street gang activity, guilty to burglary, and guilty to criminal damage to property in the second degree. And he pled in September 19th, 2013. Also as a basis is State's Exhibit 32Q, which is
Your Honor, and, questions?
Granted, and, I'll overrule the objection.
Under indictment 11 SC 98860, where he pled guilty to burglary on June 2nd, 2011. Next, we have State's Exhibit 33Q, which is certified copy of conviction for Shannon Stillwell in case number 13 SC 121320, where he pled guilty to possession of marijuana.
Granted, sir. I'll overrule your objection. That's just a disability.
With intent to distribute. And then you're also a basis we're going to, what has already been admitted, which was State's Exhibit 60G, which is a certified copy of conviction on 15 SC 140132.
Your Honor, I believe this is already admitted.
Yeah, 60G's already been admitted.
And I'm just noting again that that was the basis, Your Honor.
That's
What's already been admitted.
argument. Okay, so. Argument.
Okay. And that concludes the state's presentation of Act 98, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Trontavious Stevens.
All right, summon Mr. Trontavious Stevens, please. All right, Mr. Stevens, good morning, sir. Sir, if you could please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you would turn and face our name and be sworn as a witness before you sit down, sir.
You raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yeah.
State, spell the first and last name for the court.
Trontavious Stevens, Trontavious, Stephenis.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens.
Come on,
How are you?
I'm okay.
Mr. Stevens, would you please tell the jury how old you are?
I'm 30 years old.
And did you grow up here in Atlanta?
Yes,
Where did you go to high school?
I went to South Atlanta High School.
And when you were growing up, what part of Atlanta did you live in?
Off Cleveland Avenue.
How long did you stay off Cleveland Avenue?
That's my own address.
Okay. So you still live there?
Yes,
And did you grow up with siblings in your home?
yes, I had 2 older brothers.
So are you the youngest of all of your
Yes,
siblings? While you were in high school, would you tell the jury whether you participated in any extracurricular activities or anything of that nature?
no, I didn't.
You didn't play football?
No,
And as a kid or as a teenager, did you have any desire to be anything in particular when you grew up?
yes, I always wanted to be a chef.
You wanted to be a chef.
Yes,
Did you ever pursue that dream?
no,
Now, did you finish high school? You said you went to South Atlanta High School.
no, I didn't finish high school.
What grade did you finish?
10th.
Now, why did you leave high school when you did?
Bad grades, and I was expelled. Too.
Do you remember why you were expelled?
Fighting and lack of attendance.
Did you go on to get your GED?
I actually had one more course to pass, and that's math.
All right. And are you still working on that?
Yes,
Do you work now?
yes.
What type of work do you do?
Traffic control, and I'm in school, where I recently graduated. I got my CDL license.
All right. So are you using your CDL license as well?
So, I passed my test Friday. This was supposed to be my week to go look for work, but I'm here.
But you're here. All right. We appreciate you being here. Now, when you first finished school, or when you first left school, high school that is, what did you do every day after you left high school?
It's a broad question, Your Honor.
I'll sustain it instead of being overbroad. Why don't you just rephrase it, please?
Yes, Your Honor. When you left high school, did you start working anywhere?
No,
Did you stay at home and take care of family members?
I had 2 kids at the time, but no, I didn't stay at home.
Did you have any way to make money during that time?
No,
Did you make any money during that time after you graduated from high school?
I never graduated from high school.
I'm sorry, you're right. Forgive me and thank you for that correction. After you left high school, did you make money at some point before you started what you're currently working towards?
No, I basically was trying to find my adult self.
Now, you said you did not make any money. Is that legally you didn't make any money, or you didn't make any money in any way whatsoever?
I didn't make any money.
Okay. Were there any particular people that you found your core group of friends while you were in high school?
People that I grew up with from my neighborhood.
All right. And when you left high school, are these the same people that you continue to associate with?
Yes, for the most part.
And as a general matter, when you first left high school, would you tell the jury, if you can recall, what types of things that you did outside of school and outside of your home, if anything at all, with this group of friends?
We often hung at the neighborhood park,
What was the name of that park?
Cleveland Avenue Park.
Cleveland Avenue Park. Where exactly is Cleveland Avenue Park located?
On Cleveland Avenue.
Where on Cleveland Avenue? Give us any other reference that you can think of.
So it's connected to Cleveland Avenue Elementary School.
Is there any other name that you have used or that your friends have used to refer to Cleveland Avenue Park?
Yes,
Would you tell the jury what that is?
the park.
Have you ever called it Cleveland Avenue Park?
The park?
Have you ever called Cleveland Avenue Park Cleveland Avenue Park?
No, I just said the park.
While you were a teenager and a young adult, did you ever get involved in any games?
Yes,
Tell the jury, if you would, the first game that you got involved with.
first game that I was involved with was Rock Crew.
Now, would you tell the jury what, and for the court reporter's sake, would you spell rock?
ROC, CREW.
Thank you. And what does rock stand for?
Raised on Cleveland.
Now, were you the only member of Rock Crew, or were there other members of Rock Crew besides yourself?
Yes,
Yes, there were other members.
yes.
Do you know about how many people were members of Rock Crew when you first joined?
No,
Were there more than 3?
yes.
Around what time in your life did you join Rock Crew? How old were you?
You want to grab one from the MP?
I'm not sure what that was, Judge, but it was not the witness.
I don't know what it was either.
Tell the jury, would you like for us to hold on?
Hold on one second. All right. There's Lynch getting on Zoom. Lynch. We good? Okay, all right.
Hold on a second.
Huh?
Caps, hold on a second.
She's gonna take it. Take it off. Okay, all right. Yeah, we can just, hey, Wes, just go ahead and disconnect him. Just disconnect him. All right, we're good. Thank you, madam.
Thank you.
Okay, all right.
About how old were you when you first joined Rockford?
I don't call it as that age, probably 15, 14.
14 or 15?
Yeah.
And who was it, if anybody at all, that first introduced you to Rockford?
So, that person is deceased, and per the family wishes, I mean, they was like, can I not speak on the deceased?
I understand. I appreciate that. And how about this? Without giving their full legal name, are you able to tell the jury the nickname?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury the nickname of the person?
His name is Boo.
Spell that for the court.
Boo, B-O-O.
Now, how old was Boo when he introduced you to Rockford?
I really don't know what age now.
Fair enough. Was he older than you, or around your same age?
Yes, he's older.
So was he your friend or friends of any particular members of your family? Like, when you first were introduced to Rock Crew through him, did you know him personally? Or were you introduced to him through someone?
I'm trying to recall, it's been so long ago, I'm trying to remember how I actually met him. So yeah, it had to be like, me knowing someone he knew.
Okay. Did Rock Crew have any particular way that they identified themselves, or that you all identified yourselves? Like, did you make yourselves known to the community that you were Rock Crew?
It really didn't have to, because all of us was raised on Cleveland, and that's what it stood for, raised on Cleveland.
Did you all do some things that were not as Rock Crew?
Did you all do some things that was not legal as a Rock Crew? So it was alleged that Rock Crew committed crimes in the neighborhood. Myself personally, I had a criminal record at the time. So yes, because I was a Rock Crew and I had a criminal record, so yes.
Now, I'm asking a specific question now, okay? Did you and other members of Rock Crew ever commit any crimes together?
No.
Never?
No.
All right. And are you aware of other members of Rock Crew committing crimes?
I'm aware that allegedly they was committing crimes. Everyone had a record at the time. Well, like some of us had a record at the time.
Members of Rock Crew
Yes.
had
Yes.
records. And did they have those records and get those records while they were operating as Rock Crew?
Yes, people caught cases as when it was Rock Crew.
What kind of cases did they catch as Rock Crew?
So, my childhood friend, he had a burger.
What was the name of your childhood friend?
Jason Scott.
Basis.
Relevance, we're not talking about crimes, we're talking about charges.
Your Honor.
You all come on up, please.
I can't hear you when you're talking.
Please get the conference.
Oh, let them know that.
Well, yeah, I'll tell them.
Can I maybe write it down and answer?
Right, what now?
The question I have for my opinion.
I don't know who's speaking like.
I don't know if she can answer. Let me find out.
Don't worry about it.
I got you.
No. A little. Yes.
So the question is going to be answered by the time that they can. So they're going to answer. I was just wondering about something about my time.
You can't do it right now.
Okay, no problem.
So you don't need to.
No, okay.
Thank you for waiting, Mr. Stevens. Going back to the members of Rock Crew, would you tell the jury the names of some of your accomplices who were members of Rock Crew? Some of the people who were members of Rock Crew at the time that you were a member of Rock Crew?
Tell you some of the names that was. So, of course, my brothers,
What were your brother's names?
But Demario
First and last name?
Demario Stevens, DeMartinez Stevens.
Okay. And were they members of Rock Crew before you were a member of Rock Crew?
So we actually all just at the same time.
Joined Rock Crew at the same time?
Yes.
All right. Would you tell the jury other members of Rock Crew?
So like I was saying, my childhood friend Jason, he was a member.
Jason, what was that last name?
Scott.
All right. What were the other, and let me back up just a bit if you don't mind. I know that you've given your friend's family assurances that you won't be speaking on him, but in order to establish certain facts for the jury, I'm going to have to speak on
Objection, these are not questions, Your Honor.
and ask you questions.
Well, I don't know what objection. Wait a second, wait a second. Do you mind me just talking? Yes. Just wait on that. Okay. Based upon our written conference, or based upon that, I'm gonna sustain the objection, okay?
Sustain it, Your Honor.
I'm gonna sustain it. So,
Don't want me to ask you that.
no, I'm overruled objection. Okay, so. Mr. Stevens, you're gonna have to answer the questions, okay? All right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Stevens, Booth, was that person's name Quentin Porter?
Yes.
And was that person the person who founded Rock Crew?
I'm not sure. They was all older guys, so I don't know who found it.
Was he considered a leader of Rock Crew during the time that you were a member of Rock Crew?
So it really wasn't no formal like leader. It was older guys. So if you want to say that he was one of the older guys, yes, he was one of the older guys.
Was he able to tell you or younger guys what to do as Rock Crew?
No, no one gave me any orders.
What kinds of things did you and other members of Rock Crew do on a daily basis together?
Like I said, we often hung at Cleveland Avenue Park. That was like the hangout. We shot basketball, gambled on basketball, jump shots. We shot dice. We smoked weed, drunk liquor. We clubbed. Yeah, those
You
things.
all sell drugs?
Not at the time, I wasn't selling drugs.
When you say at the time, what time is it that you're referring to?
Because I was initially arrested in 2015 for possession of marijuana. That's when I was selling drugs.
Other members of Rock Crew, did other members of Rock Crew, to your knowledge, engage in selling drugs?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, it was a person you can purchase marijuana from at the park for like recreational use, but right.
Was that person a Rock Crew member?
Nah.
No?
I mean,
Answer.
Your Honor, you.
I'm overruled objection.
Go ahead, please.
yeah. So, we was young. We didn't know where to get no marijuana from. So, guys would come to the park knowing that we wanted to smoke weed. So, those guys went like Rock Crew or like hang with us on a daily basis. They were just older guys trying to make some money off the young guys.
Mr. Stevens, before today, did I or any other member of the DA's office attempt to speak with you and just discuss with you what questions we'd ask of you or things of that nature?
So, yes, but no one explained to me the second part that you said. It was just meet somewhere, and I was trying to ask my lawyer to understand what was this meeting pertaining to.
And you're saying that no one, not even myself, prior to you coming in here today, ever told you, we just want to talk with you about the questions we're gonna ask you?
Oh, yes, ma'am, you told me that yesterday.
Okay. Did you agree to talk with me yesterday?
No, ma'am, my lawyer wasn't present.
Do you know or recognize Mr. Brian Steele when you see him?
Yes,
You see him in the courtroom?
yes.
Where is he?
To the left of me, in front of me.
All right. Is he seated next to, who is to his right?
Jeffrey Williams.
All right. And do you know Mr. Keith Adams when you see him?
I got familiar with his name yesterday, but yeah, I seen him.
You did talk to them yesterday, though?
Yes.
How long did you talk to them?
Roughly, no more than 10, 13 minutes.
Is your testimony that you spoke with them for 10 or 13 minutes?
Yes,
That's all?
yes.
Did you agree to speak with me for 10 to 13 minutes?
No, not without my lawyer present.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers for 10 to 13 minutes, but not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present.
Did I ask you, or were you speaking to your lawyer on the phone when I was asking to speak with you?
Yes,
And did I ask you to have your lawyer on the phone while we were speaking?
no,
I didn't ask you that.
no. You
Did
told
I ask, go ahead.
me that you was going to go over the indictment with me. I mean the plea agreement with me. You never said that you can keep her on the phone while we talk.
And is it your testimony that you were never told or asked to three-way or conference call your lawyer while we spoke with you? Is that your testimony today?
That you told me that yesterday?
That you were never told by me or Investigator Randolph or anyone that you were able to and could three-way or conference call or even Zoom your lawyer while you were speaking with us?
So my lawyer was telling me that she was not going to be able to be with me because she was out of town with her family and that she could sit in with Zoom.
Your lawyer told you that she could sit in with you.
Yes.
And did you ever agree to sit in on a Zoom call and talk to us with your lawyer via Zoom?
So, like I was explaining to my lawyer, the time that she was telling me, I actually broke down on the side of the highway. I was on the phone with her all night. I had me and my son in the car, and I was telling her that getting me and my son home safely was like the most important thing that I was trying to figure out at the time.
Mr. Stevens, during that time that you're referring to, were you not at a football game or a game with your son?
So I said the initial night, she told me that night. She first told me about it at nighttime when she called my phone.
Again, so why is it that you were willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers and not me? It was not asked.
I'll overrule the objection. Can I make an objection to Ms. Sherman to mischaracterizing the response from the witness? On stage, I want this speaking objection. I'll overrule the objection.
Why were you willing to speak with Jeffrey Williams' lawyers and not me?
I never declined speaking with you. I told you that my lawyer wasn't present when you asked me.
Your testimony today is that you never declined to speak with me.
Stating us and
Are you telling the jury that you never declined to speak with me?
I'm a standing objection.
Do you have a tattoo behind your ear that says 75K over 18?
Yes.
What does that tattoo stand for?
It was basically manifesting that I reach a certain amount of money before I turn 18.
Did you ever tell anyone in the district attorney's office that it was in fact because you did have a certain amount of money when you turned 18?
I don't recall.
So do you recall whether you in fact had $75,000 at the time you were 18?
I never had 75,000 at the time of 18.
And you don't recall, is it your testimony, you just don't remember whether you ever told anybody in the DA's office? That's what that 75,000 stood for.
One at a time, please, okay? Mr. Sharp, what's your objection? Overruled. Next person. Ms. Westmoreland.
Same objection.
Overruled.
Thank you. And so you have no memory of ever telling someone in the district attorney's office that 75K over 18 was a tattoo that you got because you had $75,000 when you were 18 years old.
Object to the form of the question and ask the answer.
Overruled, Mr. Harvey. Overruled, Mr. Harvey.
I put an objection, but date is who and what time, I believe, are the predicates to ask that type of question. I object.
So noted, sir. Even rephrase, ma'am, one of us is having the last objection.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Steele, you are going to have to close it.
Did you, have you ever told an investigator Belknap that the 75K over 18 was because you had you got that tattoo because you had $75,000 by the time you were 18 years old?
So I don't recall. I mean, I started getting in trouble when I was 11 years old, so that was roughly 14, 15 years ago. I don't recall.
What things did you talk about with Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele yesterday?
What did he say? Mr. Adams asked me, where was Chrissy? Mr. Steele was explaining to me that it's a chance that I probably won't take the stand today, so having you sit out here from 8:30 to 5:30 is like, not good because I had a job, I got a job, and I was trying to make it work.
And did you all speak at all about what questions you might be asked on the stand?
So he showed me some images.
The question I'm asking you is, did you all talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand?
If I'm not like wording his exact words, he said, these images may be shown to you tomorrow.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate that part. I'm asking you specifically, did you, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked on the stand? First off, how about this? Could you answer either in the affirmative or the negative, like a yes or no, and then give your explanation? Could you do that for us, please?
Yes.
So did you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele, talk at all about the questions that you might be asked while you were on the stage?
Yes, Mr. Steele showed me some images, and he said that you may be asked about these images.
And is that the only thing you all discussed when it came to questions you might be asked on the stage?
Yes.
Now, did anyone at any time, tell you how you might want to answer anything of that nature?
No.
And when you were shown the pictures that may be shown to you while you were on the stand, what was the conversation around those pictures?
So Chrissy was sitting right next to me. She's my attorney.
Okay. Christy, Ms. Glad.
Miss Glad, I'm
In
sorry.
the courtroom today?
Yes.
Is she sitting somewhere back there waving at you right now?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
So Miss Gladden told Mr. Steele that she has that file and she would pull it up for me, and that was
Were there any more communications, any other conversations about the pictures you might be shown or any other questions that might be?
I'm going to see if you're gonna be called and try to get your excuse for it.
Anything else?
No.
Other than Mr. Porter and your two brothers, would you please tell the jury, and Mr. Scott, please tell the jury other members of Rock Crew who were members during the time that you were a member?
So you want me to name everyone that I grew up with, basically?
I would like for you to name for the jury other people who were members of Rock Crew during the time that you were a member.
I mean, are you gonna tell me when to stop, or is there a certain amount of people you need to name or
Would
anything?
you please just name some of them?
Just some of them?
So just name some people, all of the ones you remember who were members of Rock.
Everyone?
Mr. Stevens, would you please name the members of Rock Crew who were members while you were a member?
I probably won't even be able to name everyone.
Name the ones you can name.
So, again, I probably won't be able to name everyone first and last name. So I got my next door neighbor, we grew up together. His name's Marvin.
I need you to just name the members of Rock Crew, not friends, not people you grew up with necessarily, just, if you would just give the names of the people who were members.
If you did, when you object, chief. I think you all know this.
Okay, so
The prosecutor asked a question and interrupted witness.
Your Honor,
Just let him finish and then you can go to your next question, okay?
yes, Your Honor, I'm asking to make certain that that the answer is responsive. I'm asking for members of Rock Crew, and because he's referencing certain things.
Yes,
Okay.
So I'm asking to make sure that we're clear.
I understand, ma'am.
Would you name for the jury members of Rock Crew who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member?
Yes, so I started referencing certain things because that was.
I'm sorry.
Can,
I need you to be responsive, and I need you can explain afterwards.
Okay.
You just name the people.
that's the thing. I'm trying to use my memory of what people stated on my street to help me help you, basically.
I appreciate you. But let me start by asking you this. Do you remember the people who were members of Rock Crew while you were a member of Rock Crew?
I mean, that was 10, 11 years ago.
You're not answering my question.
I can try.
I'm asking you if you remember the names of the people.
Not by heart, man.
You don't remember any of them?
Yes, I'm trying to, I almost can't remember. Like I said, I stayed in the same house for 30 years. So I can almost remember where everyone stayed at, and I'm trying to put the house with the name. So that's why I started with my neighbor. And that's the direction I was headed in.
Go ahead.
All right. So,
Marvin was your neighbor.
yeah.
Who else?
There was another Jason. So I'm just basically going up and down the street because all us raised on the street, that's off Cleveland, so that's what made us Rock Crew. So, of course, Quentin. His little brothers, he had two younger brothers. This gonna be hard.
Are those the only people you remember?
They're straight off top.
Did you ever talk with members of Rock Crew about things that you all did that were not exactly legal?
I don't recall. Can you I don't understand the question. Can you say it again?
Did you ever talk with members of Rock Crew about the things that you did, you and other members of Rock Crew, that were not exactly legal?
Yes.
What types of things did you all talk about?
So, shooting dice wasn't technically illegal. I had conversations about the dice game after they was over with.
Was shooting dice the only thing that was not legal that you all discussed that you all did?
Again, that I can recall.
Do you recall whether members of Rock Crew stole ATM machines?
I'm familiar with the allegations, yes.
How are you familiar with the allegations?
It's like worldwide televised. So, not worldwide, but it was like televised and stuff. I was in a juvenile detention facility when those allegations were like being thought about, being talked about. So, yes, I was familiar with it.
Did you ever hear members of Rock Crew talking about it? Your Honor, no, it's not.
All right, let me rule an objection. Objection to the rule, okay? So, yes, you may answer the question. Overrule, sir.
So I was in juvenile and other people who was coming in fresh from off the street was like mentioning, hey, they're saying that guys from the neighborhood are responsible for these.
That's
I'm not asking you that. I asked you a very, very specific question. So if you would please answer this question I'm asking you. Did you ever hear members of Rock Crew talking about the ATM thefts?
Oh, no.
Never.
Me? No.
Hold on, Mr. Steele. What's the answer?
Tell the judge your answer.
No.
And did you ever discuss the ATM thefts with any members of Rock Crew?
I don't recall.
Did you ever discuss any members of Rock Crew's drug sales?
Your Honor,
What's the base for your objection? Let me. What's the base for your objection, sir?
Foundation for time.
I'll sustain this a foundation. Okay, you can rephrase, madam. Okay.
Yes, Judge.
All right.
What year was it that you recall first being an active or being a member of Rock Crew? You said you were around a certain age. What year was that?
I'll rule that objection.
That means you can answer.
Oh. I had to be about 6th grade. So whatever, what you about 11 or 12 in the 6th grade?
Would you tell the jury what year you remember first becoming or being a member of Rock Crew?
I'm trying to count. I'm kind of bad with math. That's why I ain't passed the math part of my GED yet.
Let me ask you a different question while you count. Handle them both at the same time. That's okay with you?
No, one thing at a time. One thing at a time. So,
Okay. Do you want to be here today?
do I want to be here
Do
today?
you want to be here?
No.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
So I'm sorry, there was no, what was your answer?
No.
Why not?
Because I have a new career path that I'm trying to pursue. I've been filing applications, kind of trying to put all this behind me and move forward. And I paid for my CDL training school out my pocket, so I'm kind of trying to make that money back.
So you don't mind testifying then? Is that fair to say?
No,
Okay. And you don't mind testifying truthfully?
no.
Okay. So if you would, give us a rough estimate of the year you first joined or were a member of Rock Crew. Were you a member in 2010?
If I was in sixth grade, I'm trying to put what year I was in sixth grade.
How old were you in 2010?
I was trying to do my math.
Don't do the math, let me ask you this. What year were you born?
1993.
1993. So in 2013, would that have made you about 20? Do you agree?
2013.
Yep. 93, 2003 is
13.
10, 2013 is 20.
20.
Now we back up 3 years from 13, that puts us at 2010, which makes you about 17.
You're going too fast.
I'm so sorry. You slow it down.
Overruled.
So in 2010, if you're about 17 years old, who's a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
You just gave me a lot of numbers.
No, just around the age of 17. Who is a member of Rock Crew with you during that time?
My older brothers. The same people I gave you, the same name I gave you.
Okay. And those are still the only ones you remember, even at 17?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a member of Rock Crew, did you also claim affiliation with the National Blood Gang?
Yes.
How was it that you, and Quentin Porter, what role did he have, if any at all, in your affiliation with the Bloods?
No.
None?
No.
None whatsoever?
No.
Okay. So how then did you become, or were you all affiliated with the Bloods?
How then did I become, or you all, or me?
We can start with you and then go to other members of Rock.
So when I was in a juvenile facility, gang-related activity was going on all through there.
How do you define gang-related activity? What do you mean by that?
Saying you in the game, hand signs, handshakes.
And is that a way or a means for people to identify themselves as being in a particular gang?
Yes.
What were some of the hand signs that you observed in the juvenile detention center?
Just at the time, because everything was new and we was like so young. I mean, I can explain it. I can show you.
Sure.
You gotta give me a hand.
No, you have to. No. You have to show the jury with your hand. I didn't say handshake, I said hand sign. So you have to show the jury with your own hand.
Your Honor, I'm in no way like toying with this judicial system. I'm not trying to like play, just for the record. But yeah.
So show the jury.
I need another hand.
Are you telling the jury right now that you're unable to show hand signs without someone else's hand?
So my initial response was a handshake. I said, there's this handshake because we were so young, that's the only thing that we was doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also mentioned hand signs. Do you remember saying that?
But you asked me.
Wait, just let me ask you that. Do you remember saying hand signs?
Yes.
Okay. So did you see hand signs in the juvenile detention center?
It was new. I mean, like, gang and stuff was new back then.
So finish telling the jury what your definition of gang activity means.
Hand movements,
I'm sorry.
Handshakes, colors, being around people who's doing the same handshakes, wearing the same colors and hand movements.
What gang activities did you observe as it relates to particular gangs while you were in the juvenile detention center? I understand my question because I can rephrase.
You can rephrase.
What gangs did you see activity of while you were in the juvenile detention center?
The one that I was familiar with, the Blood.
What particular blood gang did you see activity of in the juvenile detention center?
Objection Foundation.
I'll sustain the objection. You can lay a little more foundation, madam.
How did you know that they were bloods?
They were saying it.
Did they say what kind of bloods they were?
Again, gang stuff was like new. I was in juvenile, like it wasn't what it is like then. I mean,
Since you were in juvenile, you were under, is it fair to say you were under the age of 17?
nah, because I was sentenced in juvenile that you can exceed the age of 17.
So you were either 17 or younger.
Nah, I actually could have been older. I could have been 21. Like,
How old were you?
when I first got arrested, I was 11.
You were juvenile.
I was 11 when I was first introduced to the juvenile system.
So is this the time frame you're talking about when you're saying it was all new to you?
Yes.
Okay, when you were 11. Thank you. All right. Now let's talk about when you were 17. At 17, did you claim any particular gang besides rock?
I was rock crew. Just rock crew.
Did you claim any affiliation with any blood gangs?
Yes, I claim, yes.
What blood gang did you claim affiliations?
We were just saying Bloods and Crips.
I'm asking which one? Are you aware of particular blood gangs?
Yes, yes.
Would you tell the jury what blood gangs you are aware of?
Tell the jury which blood gangs I'm aware of. I'm familiar with, I'm aware of SMM.
What is SMM?
It's a blood gang.
I know. Okay. What does it stand for?
Sex, money, murder.
All right. And who is its leader?
I'm not sure.
How are you aware of it?
How I'm aware of the name?
Of sex, money, murder.
From hearing about it type stuff. No. From like hearing about it and stuff.
From hearing about it?
Yeah.
From whom?
Who I heard about it from?
Yes.
So it's not no like particular person that I heard it from. It's like I heard about it though.
So what all do you know about sex money murder?
It's a blood game.
Is there anything else that you know about sex money murder?
Not like officially, no.
Did you ever do anything to become a member of sex money murder?
No.
Did you ever publicly claim sex money murder?
I don't recall.
While you were hearing about things like sex money murder, did you ever learn or believe that harm would come to people who did things like falsely claim sex money murder?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm gonna overrule that, sir.
What?
That means you can answer.
Oh, one more time, I'm sorry.
While you were hearing things about sex money murder, did you ever hear or come to believe that harm would come to people who falsely claimed sex money murder?
Objection, compound question.
Sustained.
Do you have any knowledge whether harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex money murder?
No, not personally.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed?
That's it. I'm gonna sustain that objection.
Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, it's for its impact on him.
Okay, all right. I'll reverse my decision. He can answer that.
Did you ever,
An instruction and that this is not the.
Your Honor, I would.
Mr. Harvey, please sit down, sir. I'm gonna overrule your objection, okay? All right.
Did you ever hear that harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex money murder?
Who said that?
Who said that's an answer?
I don't think they would.
Mr. Harvey?
I said ask it.
Okay, all right. That has been asked and answered, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, he did not answer that particular one, he answered,
Hang on. Hold on. He has answered that question, ma'am. Yeah.
did you
that's-
believe it when you heard it? Did you believe,
Mr. Steele, I'm gonna overrule that objection.
did you believe it when you heard it?
That somebody harm me?
That harm could come to a person who falsely claimed sex money murder?
Yes.
Are you aware of any of the hand signs used to proclaim sex money murder?
Yes.
Are you able to perform or to demonstrate any of these hand signs without the use of somebody else's hand?
Yes.
Would you please show the jury one hand sign signifying sex money murder? What does that mean?
Blood.
Okay, and what are you describing? For the court reporter's sake, describe how you just curled your fingers.
Dang. I made a circle at my pointing finger and my thumb. And I made another circle by my middle finger.
And are you familiar with any other signs that signify sex money murder?
Yes.
Would you describe it before you show it? What other signs are you familiar with?
What I described before I show it. A smaller circle.
What else?
and not curling my index finger this time.
Are those the only ones that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Would you show the jury the things that you just described? What is that?
A small, a lowercase b.
And what does that stand for?
Blood.
Okay. And what was the other one that you described, or was that the only one?
I described a capitalized B.
Okay. Are those the only two hand signs you're familiar with that are related to sex, money, murder?
Yeah, that I can call them.
Ms. Love, before you continue, posit your next question, we've been going a little bit. It might be appropriate, given the hour at this point, to have a break for lunch.
Yes, Your Honor.
And let the jury also have a period of respite. Okay, so, ladies and gentlemen, how about some lunch at this point in time? All right, let's do this. It's 12, almost 12:20 at this point in time. Let's recess until 1:30. And just before we leave, as has been indicated by my ad nauseum admonitions, please do not talk about anything that you have heard in the courtroom, consistent with the court's admonitions I've given you. If you should go out, leave your notepads in your basket, and unless you have any other inquiry of me, we'll excuse you for lunch and see you back at 1:30. Okay. All right. As soon as I count for all of you, we'll go ahead and call you back out. All right. Anything for me? All right. Okay. All right. Then we're going to be in recess. All right. All rise. What if I think if you come. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Mr. Stevens, I'm going to release you for lunch. You need to come back at 1:30, sir. Please don't discuss your testimony. Anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right. Counsels, I have a request from Ms. Weaver. When you object, let one person object at one time. Let me rule, because if you object in the middle of somebody else's objection, it's very hard for her to take down everyone's thoughts, okay? So, and before the state's done with their objection. See what you're doing? See, that's exactly what I was talking about, Mr.
Court judge.
On the issue of what?
On the issue of when or one person to object. If we're all hearing questions being drawn, we all have a requirement and responsibility to our clients to stand up and immediately object. And I agree that we should wait for the court's instruction to be pointed out or singled out in terms of who should now speak. But Your Honor, I don't think I need to wait on Mr. Steele to see if he's going to make an objection, or Mr. Sharp, if I think that something is.
Didn't say anything about that. It's just one at a time, okay? I'm not saying you don't have the right to object.
Okay.
All right, so it's just that, just as a matter of politeness and a way for Ms. Weaver to take down everybody's objections, because once you got to identify the speaker.
Yes.
And then she's got to go ahead and then attribute that objection to that particular individual. But when multiple people start talking, so if you all have an objection, that's fine. Just wait till one's done, and I'll acknowledge you, and we can go take it from there. Okay? All right. Okay. Unless we have anything else, I'll see you all back at 1:30 for a continuation of this afternoon's festivities. All right? Okay. All right. We're in recess.
And you should all object once she finishes.
For baby. For mommy. For brain. For body.
So you don't, right now you're not feeling bad about anything? I have nothing to feel bad about other than. So you don't, right now you're not feeling bad about anything? I have nothing to feel bad about other than I got my.
Yes.
Where and how often?
So I've never been jumped in, so like ever since I started saying it, ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee. So basically.
Say that one more time.
Ever since I was in juvenile and I got a tattoo of a bee.
And you got a tattoo of a bee.
Yes.
Now, is Rock Crew affiliated with Sex Money Murder?
I'm Rock Crew and I know about Sex Money Murder, so yes.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I'm a part of Rock Crew. I was a part of Rock Crew, and I was a part of Sex Money Murder. So, yes.
Are other members of Rock Crew a part of Sex Money Murder?
My other members are part of Rock Crew, Sex Money Murder. Yes.
Do you see any members of Rock Crew or any people who were members of Rock Crew in the courtroom today?
No one in this courtroom was initially raised on Cleveland. So there's no way that they can be part of Rock Crew.
So you're saying that there's no one in this courtroom who was ever a member of Rock Crew?
No one in this courtroom was raised on Cleveland with me to be able to be a part of a crew called Raised on Cleveland.
Mr. Stevens, I appreciate what you're telling us. I'm asking you, was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
That wasn't what the former question was, a different question now, but that wasn't what the question.
So is it form of the question, Mr. Harvey?
I object to the form of the question.
Okay, all right. I sustain that objection. All right, you can rephrase, madam, if you can.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever a member of Rock Crew?
No, because you have to be born and raised on Cleveland Avenue to be a part of Rock Crew.
Was anyone in this courtroom besides yourself ever affiliated with Rock Crew?
Yes, because they know me.
Who?
Some of them weren't even around when the Rock Crew era was going on. They kind of been like, dang. No, cause none of them be like a part of Rock Crew.
Okay, so you said none of them could be, so no one in here in this courtroom besides yourself, is your testimony, has ever been affiliated with Rock Crew?
No. A part of Rock Crew? I don't understand.
What part don't you understand?
The question. The entirety of the question.
Okay. Is there anyone in this courtroom besides yourself who has ever claimed to be a part of or affiliated with Rock Crew?
No, no one claimed Rock Crew.
Speculation.
I sustain it as to, that was Mr. Sharp and Mr. Matthews sustained as to both grounds. So you can rephrase, madam.
To your knowledge, has anyone in this courtroom besides you ever claimed to have been affiliated with Rock?
Can going to neighborhood clubs be a form of affiliation?
I can't answer the question or testify. You have to tell the jury whatever your answer is.
If that is the case, yes.
And so who are these people?
That went to the club with Rock Crew? Because that was my answer to my question.
Okay, so, sure, let's start with that. Who are those people
That I've clubbed with, that I've been to a club with.
that you said went to the club with Rock?
I almost been to a club with every one of them except the younger one.
Would you name the people here?
First and last name?
Yes, sir.
To my best ability.
Okay.
Dang, I don't even know his name.
What do you call it?
Quay.
Okay, who else?
Jeffrey
You know his last name?
Williams.
Okay,
Shannon Stillwell.
okay.
And I don't know his name. I don't know his last name, but I call him Quay. And DeMonte.
Kendrick,
Yes.
how long have you known Quay?
I'll rule the objection, Mr. Matthews.
Which one?
You know what? I'm glad you asked me that. Tell me who in this courtroom you're referring to as Quay by the clothing that they're wearing. Let's start with the first Quay.
The first Quay is right here with the brown.
Okay? And when you say right here with the brown, is he seated between a man in a purple suit and a man in a blue suit?
Yes.
Okay? And who is the second Quay?
In the back, in the far back.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the first Quay was identified as Mr. Marquadius Huey?
It shall.
And you said the second Quay is in the back?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
Black.
And where is he seated?
In the back.
Next to whom?
You asked me to say that name? I don't know the
I'm
name.
asking you to describe what they're wearing.
Gentleman in a brown suit and gray suit.
So a gentleman on one side in a brown suit
Yes.
and a gentleman in another side on the gray suit?
Yes.
Is he seated at the first table, the second table, or the third table?
Second table?
And is he the second person from the end as to your left?
Yes.
Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness has identified Mr. Trontavious Jones?
It shall.
Thank you. So how long have you known Mr. Marquadius Huey, whom you called the first Quay?
I already know of him. He used to come to the Cleveland Avenue Park and play basketball with us.
So, what's the answer? How long have you known him?
So the time frame I have problems with, man. I've been telling you that since I've been up to understand.
Do you know if you've known him longer than 5 years?
So can I say, I knew him before I went to prison?
It is the truth.
Yes.
When did you go to prison?
2015.
So you knew him before 2015?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And what about Jeffrey Williams? How long have you known him?
Of course, before I went to prison.
I'm sorry.
I said before I went to prison, but like probably 3 years before that.
Why did you say of course before I went to prison?
No, because I use prison as an example to help me time frame the first person that I referenced to. So I'm going to use prison to help me with the time frame for the second person I referenced to.
And how long have you known Shannon?
I met Shannon in like probably 2014, 2013, probably 2014, 2013.
2014 or 2013?
Yeah.
And what about Diamante?
I actually went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again until after prison, after elementary school.
So how long has that been? Since what year?
So I went to elementary school with him. I didn't see him again until after I was released from prison. So I really don't know too much of the adult him. I knew him as a child.
Now, did you both, you went to elementary school, were you living on Cleveland Avenue while you were in elementary school?
Yes.
Where was Diamante living during that time?
I'm not sure. I just know we was in third grade together.
Okay. And how long have you known Trontavious Nichols, the one you call second question?
He's younger than me, so I knew of him to be out and about around the neighborhood, hanging with like some more guys younger than me. And when I came home from prison, he was older, and like we probably got to really kick it for like a year, and he went back to jail. So I technically know like.
Come on up, Mr. Harvey.
Yes.
You can't hear it.
All right, I'm going to deny the motion as proffered. Ladies and gentlemen, just as an instruction to you to disregard the witness's last statement, okay? All right, continue.
Mr. Stevens, using only numbers and not referring to anything else, is it fair to say that you've known Mr. Trontavious Nichols since? I need to read.
I'm going to overrule your objection, sir. Go ahead, madam.
Since around 2015 or a little bit after, without, that's yes or no?
So when you begin with your question and someone says objection, it like throw my whole train of thoughts off.
Okay. So I asked you how long you've known Trontavious Nichols, the person that you refer to as the second play. And then I am asking you, is it fair to say that you have known him since around 2015 or a little bit after?
That's
Yes
fair.
or no? That's
Yes,
fair?
yes.
All right. Now, since we also talked about sex, money, murder, to your knowledge, is there anyone in this courtroom who has claimed sex, money, murder?
Not to my knowledge.
Would you tell the jury what someone would do in your presence that would make you consider them to be claiming sex, money, murder?
In my presence?
An example of something you would need to see a person do for you to perceive them as claiming sex, money, murder.
I think I'll go by what they tell me.
Okay. Would you also go by hand signs that they do in front of you?
No, because anyone can do that.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom do sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any type of hand signs.
Have you seen anyone in the courtroom doing sex, money, murder hand signs?
They could have been doing any hand signs.
It could have. I'm not certain I understand your answer. Would you clarify whether or not you have seen anyone in the courtroom do hand signs that you recognize to be sex, money, murder hand signs?
So they could have been doing a particular hand sign, and it could have been meaning something totally different from sex, money, murder.
Have you seen any that you recognize as being like sex, money, murder?
I don't recall.
Okay. We talked a little bit before lunch about members of rock crew and gang activity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you have personal knowledge of whether any of your family was selling drugs for rock crew?
Do I have personal knowledge that any of my family?
You said that.
Hold on. Come on up.
Mr. Stevens, you may answer the question. Did you need me to ask it again? To your knowledge, has any member of your family sold drugs for robbery?
Foundation of time.
Yeah, I'll state the objection as a form. Can you rephrase that, madam?
Yes. When were your brothers members of rock crew?
So we all, my brothers. So we all, I'm speaking on behalf of my brothers. We all like gravitated towards the streets at the same time.
So are you able to tell the jury to any degree of specificity the time during which your brothers were acting as members of rock crew?
I'm sorry, but I told you I'm bad with timing.
It's okay, you don't have to apologize. So, understanding that at any time when they were a part of rock crew, were your brothers, do you know whether your brothers sold drugs on behalf of rock crew?
No.
Is your answer no, you do not know, or no, they never did?
I know my brothers didn't sell any drugs on behalf of Rock Crew.
I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been, and thank you, by the way, for your answers. I'm going to show you what has been marked and already been provided to the defense as State's Exhibit. As State's Exhibit 1U. One, U as in uniform. 2U. 3U. 4U. 5U. 6U. 7U. 8U. 8U Bravo, lowercase b. 9U. And ask you if you recognize the images. Yes, sir.
Sure, this case.
Sure.
Your Honor, just look at it.
Yes.
Of course. And ask you if you recognize, without commenting on what they are, because until they are introduced, we can't show the jury, okay?
Yes.
So I'm gonna put them in front of you one at a time. Do you recognize that image depicted in the photograph label states Exhibit 1U?
Yes. Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 2U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 3U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 4U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 5U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 6U?
Yes. That.
Just not saying what it is.
Oh no. All right.
Okay, you recognize the image? You recognize the images depicted in 7U?
Yes.
You recognize the image depicted in 8U?
Yes.
Do you recognize the image depicted in 8UB as in Bravo?
Yes.
And do you recognize the image depicted in 9U?
Yes.
Do you recognize, are each of these images depicting you or part of your body?
Yes.
All right. Or something affiliated with you? Yes?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, and are they fair and accurate representations of each of the images I've shown you?
You ain't showing me them right now.
These are not ones
They
that
ain't got nothing to do with me.
they are you, but they're smaller pictures.
Oh, all right.
So, are they fair and accurate representations?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 1U through
Uniform, okay.
1 uniform,
Through 7.
9 uniform, inclusive of the photographs, which include the Bravo designation. So it's,
Which one has a,
that would be,
8 has a uniform Bravo designation in it?
yes, Your Honor.
And the other one?
And I believe there is only that one in this set of photographs.
Any action to states 1 uniform through 9 uniform? Counsel? All right. States 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, 5 uniform, 6 uniform, 7 uniform, 8 uniform Bravo, and 9 uniform are admitted and may be published as you see fit.
All right. So, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 1 uniform for the jury. Can you see it both in front of you and on the screen in front of you, whichever one is easiest for you to look at?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of your neck?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what it is that is written on your neck?
It's a B with a money bag. It's a F, and it's a L for like with a picture of a gun.
Okay, so you said that the B is a money bag?
Yes.
All right. Is there a color around that?
Yes, it's a color around the F.
What color is it?
Red.
All right. And the B, that's the money bag. What is the F formed from?
So the whole.
But before you get into the whole, can you just, let's go step by step. Can we do that? Is that all right with you?
So I gotta explain the first part to get to the second part. You speaking on the second part. So I'm gonna take you from top to the beginning, to the end.
We'll go there. Can we start with the F? Just tell the jury what it's formed from, what it's made of.
Oh, what F this is?
Yes, how it's formed. What is that? Forming the letter F.
It's a F. It's like a. I want to say it's like a skater brand, like a skateboard brand or something.
Is there a red star in the middle of that F?
Yeah, I got it on my neck.
Okay. And what is the L made of? Is that a gun that the L is made of?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to explain something.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So it's abbreviated for BFL. So I got the money bag first, so it stands for think first and last. Basically, put your money first and last.
And it does not stand for blood for life.
No. That's why the money bag, I actually got that's why the money bag right there.
Okay. Why is that red star there?
I wanted to add some color to it, and red is the only color that my body will take because of my dark skin.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as 3 uniform. Can you see what's on the screen for 3 uniform?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what we're looking at, what part of your body we're looking at in 3 uniform?
The back of my neck.
And what are the letters printed on the back of your neck that are shown in State's Exhibit 3 uniform?
A K, a A, a N, a T, a F, a I, a G, a H, a T.
And below that, is there another word?
Yes.
What is that word?
F-A-T-E.
Okay. And so what is that sentence? What is that phrase when you put it all together?
Can't fight fate.
Okay. How do you spell can't?
C-A-N-T. T.
Why do you have it spelled with a K on the back of your neck?
Because it was my body and I wanted to do what I wanted to do with my body.
And you're entitled.
Right.
Is there any particular reason you chose to change the letter C to a letter K?
I wanted to seem original, so I initially got the initial quote from a movie called Law Abiding Citizens, and that phrase was an important part in the movie. So, and I didn't want people to think that's where I got it from, so I wanted it to seem original, like I thought of it.
Now, are those letters in ink that are on your neck?
Yes.
Does that wash off?
No.
So it's permanent?
Yes.
Showing you State's 4 uniform. Tell the jury what we're looking at in 4 uniform.
So this is merch from an ongoing show that was going on at the time. It's like stuff that artists sell to like bring in more income from like the initial show. It's like equivalent to performing, so it's like more income.
So being more specific, is that a red hat?
Yes.
And was that your red hat?
Yes.
Are there letters on the red hat?
Yes.
What letters are on the red hat?
Bompton.
Would you spell that for the court reporter?
B-O-M-P-T-O-N.
Now, is that meant to be Compton, but replacing the C with the B?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what we've already admitted as State's Exhibit 5U, uniform. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in terms of the portions of your body with writing on it in State's 5U? Is that your right hand?
So yes, this is my right hand.
And is there writing on the side of your right hand, the back side of your right hand?
Yes.
Is there a word?
Yes.
And what word is written across your right hand?
Cleveland.
Is it still there?
Yes.
Would you hold it up for the jury?
Sorry.
All right. And are there letters written across your fingers of your right hand?
Yes.
What letters are they?
R-O-C.
All right. And are we looking at your left hand in State's Exhibit 6 uniform?
Yes.
What's written on the back side of your left hand? What word?
Ave, short for avenue.
And are there letters on
Yes.
your fingers?
Yes.
What letters?
CRR or E or W.
Are those letters in permanent ink?
Yes,
And are they meant to signify the gang you mentioned earlier, rock group?
yes,
Or raised on 7U, is that just your right and your left hand put together?
yes.
Right. We're going to stop sharing for a moment as I transition. Now, do you remember where it was that you were when State's Exhibit 1 uniform, 2 uniform, 3 uniform, 4 uniform, where those photographs were taken of you?
Yes,
And were those photographs taken during an encounter with law enforcement?
yes.
And were those law enforcement officers inclusive of Investigator Belknap?
That was a while ago. I'm not even familiar with.
Okay, fair enough.
I remember the officer who took me to jail because me and him had the last name, and I was joking with him. We got the last name. You can let me go. So that's how I remember that.
All right. Were you being arrested at that time for an incident that occurred on or about October the 11th of 2014?
Yes,
And did that incident involve the armed robbery of a female?
yes,
And did that armed robbery, were you alleged to have robbed the female of money, a cell phone, and other personal property using a firearm?
yes. It was $15,000 worth of hair weave.
Okay.
So the allegations and the accusations of the crime were completely false. I went to court, and the judge handled the case, and the charges were dropped.
Okay. That was October the 11th of 2014 that that's alleged to occur.
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 16U, and without talking about what it is, I need you to just look over it and tell me if you recognize it for the jury. I'm gonna let you look at each page, but
Can you go back to the front page?
yes.
Yes. Oh, no. I got it. It's the same thing.
Okay, I'm gonna put it right here and let you just flip through it without showing it to the jury.
Okay.
Page by page, take your time. Yes, sir.
Let's see that first.
Sure. Mr. Stevens, let me hold this document. Your Honor, I'm going to approach Mr. Steele, is that okay?
You may, madam. Say again?
I was asking if I could see it.
Your Honor, I object to it. He's playing.
If you're
I
gonna
don't mind
show,
showing it to
if you're gonna show it to him, you probably should show it to her.
I
Yes.
didn't realize you.
Do you let me let you finish looking at it. That's who the.
I recognize.
You did?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the document? Let me back up and ask you. 16U is composed of 5 pages, right?
Yes.
And is your signature on the 5th page?
Yes.
And did you put your signature on the 5th page?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate reflection of the document that you put your signature on?
Yes.
All right. Do you see any material alterations, anything different?
No.
All right. State tender states exhibit 16U as evidence, 16 uniform as evidence, Your Honor.
All right, any objection to state 16U? All right, state 16U is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. And I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 15 uniform, 15 uniform. And ask you if you recognize 15 uniform as well.
Yes.
All right. And how do you recognize 15 uniform without saying what it is?
Slug.
Yes, sir. Sure. Mm-hmm. Was this a piece of your personal property?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of personal property that was taken off you on the date that the other pictures we referenced
Yes.
were taken off?
Yes.
Your Honor, we tender State's Exhibit 15 uniform as evidence.
Any objection? Hearing none, states 15 uniforms admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Judge. Would you tell the jury what we're looking at in State's 15 uniform?
So
Just start off with what it is, and then you can talk about anything else you want to, okay?
it's a red bandana.
All right. Where was this red bandana on your person?
Probably in one of my pockets.
Which one?
I don't recall.
Did you routinely wear a red bandana? And why did you say, let me back up and change that question. Why did you say probably in one of your pockets?
Because as you can see, the item is on top of my car.
Mm-hmm.
So they was like pulling all type of stuff out my car. And that actually, if I'm not mistaken, that has the same words as the other one on the front. It was also merch.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, it went together because that was the, what's the word I'm looking for? That was the, what the song that the merch was pushing. Like that's what the song was.
What was the song?
Lifestyle. So that's the theme of the song, basically the word I'm looking for.
Okay, what was the?
So if I'm not mistaken, the front of it, I think it had like either Rich Gang or probably the same thing.
You need to look at it again.
Yeah, you can't see it because it's laying on. I mean, you can't flip. This image isn't here.
Okay.
Right.
So you're saying part of what we see is not.
Right. So
part of what we can't
it had words on it. It was also tour merch.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's your red card that it's laying on? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there something to the left of that red bandana?
Yes.
What is it?
Right. Money in the form of dollar bills.
Okay. Is that your money?
Yes.
How did you make that money? Do you remember?
That looked like probably $20. I probably asked somebody to borrow it or something. I don't know.
Okay. And who were or was the artist who did Lifestyle?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
In the courtroom today.
Yes.
What is the theme of the song Lifestyle? You said that Fulton and the red bandana and all of that.
Yeah.
What was the theme?
So the colors for initial like Rich Gang collaboration was black and red. So That's where the theme came from.
Okay,
So by him collabing with Rich Gangs, they sought to it that the colors be presented with the song, the theme, the image he was trying to present.
was the red meant to stand for anything in particular?
Nah, it was just the theme, the color of the theme. I think the album cover at that time was like that color or something.
Was the red in any way indicative of the blood gang?
Indicative, I'm sorry.
Was it meant to stand for, represent?
Not from my understanding.
So you don't, that had nothing to do with sex, money, murder, or blood?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, your legal name is Trontavious. What's your whole name? Trontavious, what's your middle name?
Kendall?
Kendall. Are you also called Tick?
Yes.
And how is that spelled?
T-I-C-K.
All right. Are you also called Slug?
Yes.
How is that spelled?
S-L-U-G.
Have you ever had the Instagram handle original slime _ slug?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you had that handle? Do you know since what year approximately?
How long did I have that hammer?
Did you have it in 2014?
Trying to think because I actually lost that page when I went to prison because of I ain't had no phone or anything.
Prior to 2015, is it fair to say you had that handle?
Prior to 2015, yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a handle Thugger 1?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that handle? Whose handle is that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
I think that's like. Yeah.
Jeffrey who?
Williams.
Okay. The same Jeffrey Williams in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what I've marked as 10 uniform, 10 uniform Bravo, lowercase Bravo, 11 uniform, 11 uniform Bravo, 12 uniform, and ask you if you recognize the images depicted in first starting with 10 uniform.
Yes.
All right. 10 uniform Bravo, is that your face?
Yes.
Your person?
Yes.
And you don't need reading glasses, do you? Because I'm kind of.
No.
Okay. All right. Can you see, without talking to the jury, do you see
Yes.
your Instagram handle?
Yes.
And do you see the Instagram handle that you referenced a minute ago as well?
Yes.
All right. Are these fair and accurate images so far?
Yes.
All right. What about 11 uniform? You recognize that?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the people who have been photographed in 11 uniform? Is this a fair copy of the picture?
Yeah.
All right. And showing you 11 uniform Bravo. Do you recognize the Instagram handle on 11 uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Is that yours?
Yes.
All right. So is this a fair and accurate reflection of 11 uniform Bravo?
Yes.
Showing you 12 uniform. Do you recognize 12 uniform?
Yes.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the folks that are depicted inside?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tended at this time 10 uniform Bravo, 11 uniform Bravo, and 12 uniform.
Want to take a look, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Sure. And just for clarity, this is each of those that I had provided.
Yeah, just want to see the.
Any objections to 10 uniform Bravo, 11 uniform Bravo, 12 uniform, or 12 uniform Bravo? All right, those are admitted. They may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens, you mentioned merch earlier.
Yes.
What is merch? Is it short for something?
Yes, it's short for merchandise.
Okay.
I think so. I just always said, I always heard the word merch.
Is that what you meant?
Yes.
All right, merchandise. Okay.
You say, is that what I meant it to mean? I meant it to mean merch.
All right, then we'll call it merch.
Huh.
All right. Now, during the time that you encountered the detectives when you were being arrested for that armed robbery of the young lady on October the 11th, 2014, do you recall having a conversation with the detectives?
Yes.
And do you recall talking to them about the tattoos that are on your body?
It's been a while. 2014, that was 10 years ago. I don't recall.
All right. You know what? You better than me. I forgot it was 2014, 2024.
Yeah.
All right. So do you recall them asking you what Rock Crew stood for?
Again, that was 10 years ago.
Do you recall telling them that you were a member of a gang called Rock Crew?
I'm still gonna go with the time frame.
Understanding the time frame. And showing you as well 16 uniform. On page.
Did you, was I supposed to be reading what you just pointed at?
Not yet.
Oh.
On page 3 of 16 uniform, would you read number 5? Just read what it says.
When asked, no?
Yes, please.
When asked by law enforcement about defendant's YSL and Rock Crew tattoo, defendant truthfully advised law enforcement that defendant is a member of a gang called Rock Crew, but that group is no longer going by that name and now goes by YSL, which originally stood for Young Slime.
Okay.
Can I explain?
I just needed you to read that, and we'll talk about, let me ask the questions and we can get into it. Okay?
I think if the question called for an explanation,
Your Honor, the question didn't call for an explanation.
It did. You can follow up later on that, but so.
All right. And Mr.
On that same topic.
Basis?
Yes, Your Honor. I think the witness should be allowed, he was asked whether or not that was his statement.
No, Your Honor.
That was written. The paragraph that was asked to be read was a paragraph that he read that is his statement. So I think he should be.
What's the basis of your objection?
He should be allowed to complete his testimony on that topic.
I'm going to overrule your objection. You both counsel are apt to when your examination time comes to complete that, okay? All right.
I'm going to now show you page 2 of what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 16 uniform. And I'm going to ask you to read number 1 under the heading Defendant's Factual Acknowledgements. Would you please read that verbatim?
Young Slime Life, aka YSL, is an organization made up of 3 or more members or associated who share common identifiers that include but are not limited to colors, hand signals, and terminology, who have committed crimes intended to increase the notoriety, street credibility, and reputation of YSL.
Okay.
So,
Yes, Your Honor.
well, did you admit 16U? When did you do that?
Your Honor,
I don't think you did. I think it's been shown the witness, but it hasn't been tendered as of yet. I could be wrong. I mean,
16 uniform.
16 uniform. Yes, ma'am. When was it admitted, Christine? Today? Okay, all right, I'm sorry, madam, continue then. I apologize.
Mr. Stevens, and when you testified earlier in identifying 16 uniform and spoke about your signature, would you please tell the jury what date it is that you signed 16 uniform?
December 29th, 2022.
Okay. Now, were you forced to sign 16 uniform?
No. Persuaded, but not forced.
You were persuaded.
Yeah.
So are you stating now under oath that you did not sign 16
Yes,
uniform freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You signed it freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
And you understood what you were signing? Did you understand what you were signing? Is a better question.
So the state's initial offer with his plea was on the 27th.
I need you to.
I asked the gentleman to allow to finish the thing.
Yeah, let me.
I asked that he answer and then explain. The answer was affirmative or negative, and he did not answer. So I'd ask.
You got him on direct though.
Right?
All right,
So
so, okay, all right.
I
So
don't,
I'm gonna sustain the objection. Go ahead and ask him or let him complete his answer.
did you understand 16 uniform?
So that was part of my answer. So the state gave my lawyer this plea agreement on the 27th. I was back in court on the 29th. I had 1 day to go over the whole thing. Everyone else who accepted the plea had like a month. I only had 1 day. My initial lawyer withdrew from the case because his wife called.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to my own witness as being
It's not
non-responsive.
responsive. So, sir, answer the question and then you can explain it, okay? Yes or no, and then answer, and then you can explain it.
What was the question again?
Did you understand State's Exhibit 16 uniform when it was placed in front of you?
Yes.
All right. Now, would you please read the very last paragraph of State's Exhibit 16 uniform right above your signature in its entirety?
Trontavious Stevens.
Starting with the word I.
I, Trontavious Stevens, have read and carefully reviewed this agreement. I have reviewed and corrected where necessary for accurate each statement contained in defendant's factual acknowledgement. And I acknowledge the truth and accuracy of each and every statement listed therein. I fully understand this agreement, and I have had an opportunity to discuss this agreement and each of its provisions with my attorney, Ms. Chrissy Gladden. No promises other than those contained in this document have been made to me in furtherance of this agreement. I freely, knowingly, and voluntarily enter this agreement without force, threat, or coercion. Thank you.
You knew what it was, though?
No.
It wasn't explained to you?
Oh, I thought you would ask me about that word.
When you signed this document, did you go over this document with your attorney?
Yes, but not thoroughly.
Okay. Were you asked by Ms. Hylton whether or not you had had time to, and Ms. Hylton is my co-counsel sitting right here.
I'm sorry, I didn't know your name.
Okay. Were you asked by Ms. Hylton at the time that you put your signature on this document whether you had had enough time to go over this document with your attorney?
Did she ask me that? Yes.
Did you tell her, yes, you had enough time?
Yes.
Did you tell her you needed any more time to go over it with your attorney?
Yes.
You did tell her that?
I told you that, actually. I asked, because one of the defendants was, you told him that he could come back on Tuesday with his reply, and I asked, can I do the same thing?
Judge, I'm going to object to this as being non-responsive.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask
Yeah,
that.
it's non-responsive, so.
I think it's responsible respectfully.
Sir, I've ruled, okay? But don't get a comment on what I say, all right? So I'm ruling on it, the answer's non-responsive. Okay? Do you have another independent objection?
The same objection.
Well, he's non-responsive, so that's clearly a field. So anyways, continue now.
Okay, thank
Sir,
you.
you have to answer the question, then you can explain it, okay?
That's understood, Your Honor.
Okay.
Did you inform Ms. Hylton at the time that you signed this document that you needed any more time to discuss this with your attorney?
No.
Did she inform you that if you needed more time, you would be given more time?
No, because I actually asked for more time before even agreeing to it. I asked Miss Chrissy Gladden to ask you because, is this okay what I'm doing? Can I explain? I answered the question first.
Go ahead.
I'm not being non-responsive. So I asked Miss Chrissy because I overheard you tell the defendant sitting next to me that he can come back on Tuesday with his answer that he has to because it was the weekend, if I'm not mistaken, to the best of my knowledge. And I asked if I can do the same thing, and you said no.
So during the time that you were going over this document first of all, let me ask you this. Is it your testimony that you were given, how much time were you given? When did you find out about this document?
That initial document was given to my attorney on the 27th. I think she told me that yesterday. It was given to her on the 27th. And
you is your testimony that the first time that you saw this document or learned about this document, or even talked to your attorney about this document, was the day you signed it?
no, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I'm telling you the dates. I got it on the 27th, and the 29th was my time to sign.
Did you talk with your attorney about this document when you first learned about it?
On the 27th?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you ask her the questions that you needed to ask her?
Yes.
Did she give you answers?
Yes.
Did you talk to her any more about it on the 28th?
Yes.
And did you talk to her more about it on the 29th?
On the 29th. Yes. Yes.
And during the time that you were going over this document with Ms. Hylton, did you stop and correct Ms. Hylton and ask for clarification and understanding at some certain points?
I think one time I mentioned that I couldn't understand. Yes.
And did you, where you
But-
found,
I'm sorry, but that was like just asking her to repeat something one time.
you think it was, your testimony is that it was just asking her to repeat something?
Yeah, I read it last night. You want me?
So let me ask you this, what is the hand?
It's my transcript of the guilty plea for want me to keep reading?
I just want, is a transcript of your guilty plea?
Yes.
Did I give that to you?
No.
Did anyone from my office give that to you?
My lawyer gave it to me yesterday.
Did you go over that document with Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams?
No.
All right. Did you go over that document with your attorney?
No.
All right. So you just, did you ask her for that document?
We were supposed to, oh yeah, I asked her, yes.
You asked her. Why did you ask her for that document?
So I can go over it. Because when you walk past me in the hallway, that's what you stated, that me and you was gonna go over by me coming with you. So I took the initiative to ask my attorney to get me a copy of it so I can go over with her.
Is it your testimony that I told you we were gonna go over your transcript?
Yesterday you said, when we were walking past, you said, come here, we're gonna go over the questions.
That I wanted to ask you?
Yes.
So why did you ask for your transcript?
Because
I'll sustain the objection.
When I never asked you about a transcript, what prompted you to ask for a transcript?
because you said questions and these was the only question that I was asked with my plea agreement.
Did I ask you or tell you that I wanted to talk with you about the things I wanted to ask you on the stand?
You said I have some questions for you, so yeah.
Now, you said that in your plea agreement, in your factual acknowledgement, you said some other things. So let me ask you to read section 2 under defendant's factual acknowledgements, verbatim.
Defendant is one of the founding members of Young Slug Life.
And being that you were the defendant signing this, were you one of the founding members of Young Slug Life?
Yes.
And Young Slug Life, as you noted here, is a gang.
Yes.
And would you also read section 3 under defendant's factual acknowledgements? Verbatim.
Number 3.
Yes.
Defendant committed aggravated assault as alleged in Act 1 by brandishing a gun at an undercover police officer that was surveilling a vehicle that was hijacked from a woman. Can I explain?
Sure. What is it that you want to explain first? Tell me that. Because I just asked you to read this verbatim.
It's not a question.
Your Honor.
I sustain the issue as to commentary. Okay, just go ahead and continue your next question.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, Mr. Stevens, you
Excuse me, can I say something? Can I?
just a second.
All right.
Would you also read section 7, 8, and 9 verbatim of 16 uniform?
8, 7.
7, yep.
The statements defendant made to police about Rock Crew and YSL as reflected in section 3 and section 4 above are true and accurate.
And what about number 8?
Defendant has been accused of and arrested for robbing women.
All right, and number 9?
Defendant is the person referred to as Tick in the song by Young Thug entitled Ooh. In the verse, she getting robbed by Tick.
Okay. Now, do you know when it was that that particular song was released?
I'm bad with timing.
I'm gonna now show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2 uniform. And I'm gonna publish it for the jury, y'all. So I'm showing you 2 uniforms. All right. Would you tell the jury
Mr.
what
Chair, do you have an
is-
objection, sir?
I had 2 uniforms.
It's been admitted already. 2 uniform, yeah. Any further inquiry? Okay, all right, go ahead, madam.
Would you tell the jury what it is that we are looking at in 2 uniform that's displayed on the screen?
Yes, it's a tattoo.
Is that permanent ink?
That's permanent ink.
All right, and tell the jury what letters are displayed on State's Exhibit 2 uniform. It's attached, backing up, I'm sorry for being confusing. Who is depicted in State's Exhibit 2 uniform?
Me.
All right, and what part of your body is depicted in State's 2 uniform? Is that the left side of your abdomen?
Left side of my abdomen. Yes.
And are there letters written on the left side of your abdomen?
Yes.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Is that permanent ink?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury what the letters that I'm pointing to are? There they go. Those.
A Y, a S, and a L.
All right. And are they colored any particular color?
Yes.
What are they colored?
Red.
And is there a sign or anything else above the Y, the S, and the L?
Yes.
What is that?
A Corvette's car symbol.
Okay. Now, is there a sign to or a picture to the left? And in particular here, what is this?
A marijuana plant.
All right. And below that, what is depicted at the bottom next to the L?
A wad of money.
Okay. Now, are there other words on the lower part of your abdomen?
Yes.
And what is that word?
Love.
And how is the word love spelled out? What pictures are used to spell love? What is the L spelled with?
The L is a gun.
What is the O spelled with?
A grenade.
What is the V spelled with?
2 knives.
And what is the E spelled with?
3 bullets.
All right. All right, I'm gonna now show you State's Exhibit 8 uniform. And 8 uniform 2, Bravo. Go ahead. Who is it that is depicted in State's Exhibit 8 uniform?
Me.
And what part of your body is depicted in State's 8 uniform?
Lower right. Stomach.
The lower right part of your stomach?
Yeah.
All right. And is that writing on the lower right part of your stomach still on the lower right part of your stomach?
Yes.
What letters are on the lower right part of your stomach as depicted in 8 uniform?
The letters are a L, a I, a N, and an E.
Is there another letter in front of the L?
You would call that a letter?
You don't?
No, that's a snake.
Oh, okay. So what is it that's depicted on your stomach? What word is it?
So I substituted the initial S to spell slime with a snake.
Okay, so it's meant to spell slime.
Yes.
And the word slime, what does it mean?
Good question. That's a good question. So the S is for slug, the L is for love, the I is for I, the N is for me, and the E for everything.
So, that is the only thing that slime meant to you when you had that tattoo put on your body?
Yes, ma'am, that's what it means to me. That's what that tattoo means to me.
Is slime ever used in any other kind of way? As by you or any of the people that?
Like breaking it down how I did?
No, like the meaning of the word slime.
Yes, no, just slime.
Is slime a word used by YSL members?
Yes.
All right. And were you one of the founding members of YSL?
Yes.
All right. Now, who were the other founding members?
Walter Murphy, and Jeffrey Williams.
And in showing you 10 uniform on the screen, who is that person depicted in 10 uniform?
That's me.
All right. And is that something around your neck?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a YSL chain.
All right. And showing you 10 uniform Bravo. All right. I'm gonna put it in front of you so you can see more clearly. It's 10 uniform Bravo, an Instagram post.
Yes.
Are you tagged in that Instagram post?
Yes.
And who is it that tagged you in the Instagram post? Who is the photo by?
Thugger 1.
Say it out loud.
Thugger 1.
Thugger 1?
Yes.
What date was the Instagram post made?
Just a bit.
Looking underneath the word ID, next to the word taken, what date is indicated? Can you see that?
Yeah, man. So
Just read the numbers as they appear.
2014, 10, 12.
Okay. Is that meant to depict October the 12th of 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the day after you are alleged to have robbed the young lady at gunpoint?
That is?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I asked my lawyer yesterday when that date was.
Now,
I guess so.
the text in State's Exhibit 10 Uniform Bravo, would you read what the text is? Next to the word text. Can you see it on the screen or do you need me to bring it up?
Yes.
All right. What is that text?
Him and I. So I'm
Starting actually
I see what it started
right
from.
here.
So it's a hashtag, a Y, S and a L, a hashtag slime life, a hashtag Haiti baby, a original slime slug, which is me. Him and I are the founders of YSL. So brilliant. Photo by 3031.
All right. And do you have a tattoo with the word Haiti on your leg?
Yes,
All right. And is that impermanently?
yes.
And original slime, what was that meant to denote?
Basically, I was there when it began.
So when did it begin?
Them dates. Them dates, don't.
You don't have to be precise. You can talk about generally. When did it begin? We know the picture was in 2014. Is that fair? Had to be before then, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
pictures in
So
2014.
generally, what year?
Probably a year or two prior. I can't recall the exact date.
And where is it that, since you were able to name the other founders, where is it that you all were when you all founded this group?
That's more than 10 years. I don't know. I'm sorry. I ain't been non-responsible. I don't recall.
And since you're one of the original founders, would you tell the jury just how it came about?
So at the time, we was going through like a phase with the whole rock crew gang ordeal. And decided that wasn't the approach we wanted to take anymore. So the rock crew gang was known for like committing crimes and like being a gang. We was trying to take a different approach. We had a passion for music. We often listened to music, loved music. So we said, hey, we're gonna change the narrative and try to do something positive by create a music organization.
A music organization.
Yeah, at the time, go back to that statement I made to those detectives. I wasn't telling them, hey, is this being non-responsible? So I wasn't telling them, hey, I'm not committing crimes under the name Rock Crew or gangbang up under the name Rock Crew no more. I'm committing crimes up on the YSL and gangbang up on the YSL. That wasn't my direction with the statement I was making. I was trying to tell them, hey, kind of trying to put that Rock Crew narrative behind me and switch it up to something positive. And at that time, it was like a window open for us to like do music. So that's the approach. In that initial statement, I said, hey, we're no longer going by that. We got a music situation going on, stand for Young Slime Life. We even go by saying that it's young, successful living, trying to put the whole Rock Crew gangbanging narrative behind us and take a different approach.
Let's break that apart a little bit, okay? You said, you referenced the whole Rock Crew gang ordeal. What ordeal?
Being known for rock crew and gangbanging and committing crimes.
And that was all three founders' intent to put that whole rock crew gang ordeal behind you?
Some of the founders wasn't even a part of the rock crew whole thing. That was their way of grasping me, saying, hey, let's do something different. Why you got the chance to?
You mentioned the statement that you gave to the detectives. I'm going to show you state's uniform once more and ask you to read number 6 under defendant's factual acknowledgments on page 3. Would you read it verbatim?
Defendants advised law enforcement that YSL originally stood for Young Slime Life, but the group began calling itself Young Successful Lifestyle after Jeffrey Williams, aka Young Thug, signed a record deal.
Okay.
That's what I just.
So, why did you change the name after he signed a record deal?
So, Young Slime Life sounded more suitable to like listening ears. I mean, truth be told, that's what people want to hear. And once you get in and kick the door down, you can like change the situation on how people look at you. But initially, they won't. You know, Slime Life. But once you, yeah.
You said they want Young Slime Life. What about Young Slime Life was it that you believed people wanted?
Miss Love, can we put a pin in that before he answers that question and let our jury have a comfort break?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a comfort break and let's come back for 4 o'clock, okay? And we'll see where the day leads us at that point in time. All right, all rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Mr. Stevens, you can step out and take 15 minutes and come back, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, don't discuss testimony with anybody except your attorneys, okay? All right, Ms. Love, and let me get a couple of representatives from the defense. Can you all come up for a second, please? To remind me, okay, all right. Summon our jurors for us, please. Thank you. He's just fine. He's just fine. You mean the one you can warm up? Remember the one you brought him you can warm up? Yeah. It didn't last long. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Short one.
Meghann.
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to go just, so that you know, probably about a little less than an hour or thereabouts, and then we'll recess for the day, and I'll go ahead and give you instructions about tomorrow and the day after, okay? All right, so we're going to continue with the examination of Mr. Stevens. So go right ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, do you need anything? Are you okay?
I'm okay.
All right. So before we took the recess, you talked about the people wanting, or young slime being more of what the people wanted. Would you explain what you meant by that?
So the image we felt like we needed to portray was the rough and rugged in order to like grasp the attention of the listeners, because that's what it seems like was selling at the time.
And how was it that you all portrayed rough and rugged to the listeners through the name Young Slime Life?
So on the image that you displayed, it was on my tattoos. It was like a Corvette symbol, a marijuana symbol, a money symbol, that was all in like representation of the approach, you know, the lifestyle. That's what was up under the, and that was the name of the song, what the lifestyle is about. And that's what we're going with.
So, the lifestyle was about violence? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that.
Okay. Go ahead and help me understand how your tattoos and those symbols that are on your body were meant to display a rough and rugged image to listeners.
Fast cars, smoking weed, money. Those are like characteristics of being a street dude.
And was all of this before you all actually did anything in music? Or was this, help me understand, when you were talking it out, what was the conversations?
I'm sorry.
When you all came up with the name Young Slime Life, why did you choose Young Slime Life?
Like I said earlier, music was a passion, and that's what one of our like inspirations to do music. That's what he was rapping about. So I'm talking about Lil Wayne.
Okay,
Yeah.
so it came from Lil Wayne, the word swine.
I mean, that's what we got familiar with. That's where we heard it from.
And is that why you all call yourselves Young Slime Life?
Yes, because of the like impact, all the movies we seen on him, the music we heard from him.
And based on what you heard and saw from him and everything else, what is slime? What was slime meant to represent for you all when you all put it in your name?
I don't know, but I just knew he was the coolest dude in the world to me. So really wanted to like be what he was doing.
Why not call yourself Lil Wayne Life? Just curious.
Because he had already made a name for himself using that. So maybe if we say what he's saying, we can get his attention. That was so big to us, living and moving how he was moving.
Were you at his show when he performed here in 2015 at the compound?
Yes.
How many of were there other YSL members that showed up at that show?
Yes.
How many of you all would you say showed up at that show?
So I'm not being irresponsible, but this particular day was my birthday. So everyone was like trying to go out and have a good time and help me celebrate.
Okay. And so did you all go to the beginning of the show?
No.
So did you all show up after the show was over?
No, we actually made it like while the club, it wasn't really a show.
At the compound?
Yeah, it wasn't a show, it was him being there.
Okay. And so was Jimmy Winfrey with you all?
Yes.
And so you all came together like all as one?
Yes.
All right. And so why did you all bring guns to Lil Wayne's show at the compound in 2015 if he was you all's idol?
I didn't have a gun. I don't know anything about a gun. I don't know nothing about that whole situation. I was there to enjoy myself, have a good time. It was my birthday.
What whole situation?
The situation with Lil Wayne.
And what was the situation that you're referring to?
So his tour bus was allegedly shot up. Well, not allegedly, it was shot up.
Okay.
Right.
All right. And so you didn't have anything to do with that situation. Why did you distinguish yourself from everybody else? You said, I didn't have anything to do with that situation.
Yeah, my intention on going out tonight was having a good time. We were just club hopping, smoking weed and drinking liquor and celebrating.
But were you aware that multiple members of the people that you came to the compound with were carrying guns?
I didn't see anyone with no gun. I drove my own car.
Okay.
There weren't no guns in my car.
Okay. Now, do you remember what time you all got to the compound?
No.
And did you ever even go inside the compound?
Yes.
How long did you stay inside?
Probably, I don't know. That was 3 years back too old. It wasn't too long.
Was it
Probably half an hour, probably more like a half an hour.
half an hour?
Yeah.
Was that at the end or at the middle or at the beginning of his present state?
So when the artist that big, you really don't get a chance to see them. It's about being in the same vicinity as vicinity, if that's the word I'm looking for. About being in the same vicinity as like a person that big, a caliber.
So who all went into the compound while you were inside the compound that were a part of this group with YSL that you came to?
So I actually left everyone outside. They was charging roughly $500 to get in because of the time and that you had to have tickets. And everyone was acting like they didn't have, well, not acting like, they probably didn't have no money. But I had money and I wanted to enjoy myself, and that's what I did. I took it upon myself I drove my own car, so I took it upon myself to go in and see my idol.
You said, okay, your idol. Now, was your co-founder of YSL having any words across the media or any other way with your idol during the time that Lil Wayne had his show or appeared at the compound?
That I don't know. I just feel like that caliber of person, you won't even get the chance to have words with him like that. Especially not a young up-and-coming artist who technically ain't even made a name for himself yet.
Who was the young up-and-coming artist who had technically not made a name for himself yet?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. Was Jeffrey Williams with you all at the compound?
No.
Where was Jeffrey Williams?
Why don't you rephrase the question? I'll sustain this.
Yes, Your Honor. Are you aware of where Jeffrey Williams was the night that Lil Wayne appeared at the compound in 2015 when you all, as YSL, went to the compound?
From my understanding,
Your Honor, the witnesses testified.
I'm objecting at this point.
Hey, Mr. Harvey, we're not going to have any of that. Sustain your objection, okay? We're not going to be belligerent to one another. You can rephrase.
Yes, Your Honor. When YSL was at the compound, are you aware of where Jeffrey Williams was?
yes,
Where was Jeffrey Williams?
he was on tour.
Where was he appearing the night that YSL was at the compound where Lil Wayne was? Foundation.
I'm going to overrule that.
You may
You
answer.
can answer the question, sir.
From my understanding, he was in New Orleans.
Sir, you know where he was?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, then
Yes.
you can't speculate.
Oh,
Okay,
yes,
so
sir.
if you know where he is, fine. If you don't know where he is, then tell the examiner that, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Yes,
What part of the world?
I don't know.
Are you aware of whether or not he was in Little Wayne's hometown?
No.
Do you have any reason why YSL wasn't in New Orleans with Jeffrey Williams? At the time, Jeffrey Williams, co-founder of YSL, was performing.
Basis.
Not a person, I don't know.
Overruled, sir.
You may answer the question.
So again, this around the time where he was up and coming, and it really didn't make any sense for him to buy all those plane tickets when he probably was making only $5,000 a show at the time. So it won't be no profit in paying for all our flight tickets. That's what I feel like. That's how I feel.
Okay, well, why didn't,
I move to strike his answer, it's all speculative based on his last statement.
I would object to that strike.
I'll overrule the objection.
Now, why didn't YSL just pay for their own flights if it was to support a founding member of the group?
That's an improper question. She keeps saying YSL.
I was just saying it's a form, but that's already come out, Mr. Matthews. So I'm gonna overrule your first objection. Okay. So rephrase this to why. Okay. So unless he knows, then that invites speculation.
Okay. You specifically, why didn't you just pay for your own ticket to go and support your co-founder while your co-founder was performing in New Orleans?
So at the time, I had a case pending, and I was on ankle monitor, house arrest. Yes.
Did you have a curfew at the time?
No, it was more of knowing my whereabouts at all times.
Were you able to let your probation officer know or parole officer know if you needed to go somewhere other than where you were ordinarily allowed to go?
I wasn't on parole.
Mr. Steele, you can. Make sure this one's on here. Okay. I understand since one of your members is not feeling their best, and given the fact it's nearly 5 o'clock, I just make the executive decision that we're going to recess for today. As I told you earlier, we were probably going to do that anyway. So let me just kind of talk with you just in broad strokes about what's going to happen tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to have kind of a short work day. I'd like you all to be here for 9 o'clock. We're going to start somewhere between 9 and 9:30, and we'll work probably till about the noontime hour, and then that will be complete for Thursday. Friday, I have some unrelated business that I customarily take up that you were familiar with from a couple of earlier Fridays, Veterans Court, so I'll be taking that up Friday morning. So I'm still not sure whether or not we're going to hold court on Friday afternoon. That's going to be dependent upon some things that the lawyers tell me tomorrow, okay? So I will let you know by close of business tomorrow whether or not we will do anything on Friday or we'll just recess until Monday, okay? So for sure tomorrow for a couple hours or there-ish, and then Friday I'll let you know, okay? All right, any minister inquiry of me before I give you your customary admonitions? Anybody? Y'all like the space back there?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, all right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go through of course, the ad nauseum admonitions, which you have been so gracious and professional in adhering to still. Remember, don't discuss the matter as you're going home this evening. I know the temptation is great. People approach you and say, hey, what's going on? I know the temptation is great to listen to other accounts of this particular trial, but remember, those things are not within your purview. You need to, as I mentioned earlier, stand fast with you can only consider what's been presented in the four walls of this courtroom, okay? So, remember, if anybody should try and reach you by any means of communication, that you need to let Sergeant Ingram and myself know immediately so that steps can be taken, but that nobody's supposed to, except for those authorized to have any direct or indirect contact with you. And as I mentioned earlier, while I've asked you all to come off of social media, those people that still may be on social media, it would be improper for them to try and discuss the matter of what's going on or other things that have been posted or otherwise that you have not properly heard within the four walls of this courtroom. So just remember those things and continue to adhere to these admonitions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, unless you have anything else, any other questions of me, anybody? Okay, so tomorrow, 9 o'clock, be here for that time, and then we'll get started somewhere between 9 and 9:30. We'll take a couple hours of testimony, and then we'll be out of here for Thursday. And then I'll let you know by the close of business tomorrow what our plans are for Friday. And just remember, forecasting, we'll work a regular week next week, and then the following Monday, we'll start the King Week. So the 15th is the King holiday. You'd be off anyways. So that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday will be administrative days for us. So you can plan on taking any business that you need or any other things you need to take care of. And but just to give you kind of some insight, and then we'll schedule accordingly, okay? All right. Unless you have any other inquiry of me, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience, your continued patience, and the patience you'll continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. And with that, we'll see you in the morning, okay? Remember to leave your notepads in the basket. Do not take them home with you. And you're probably missing Miss Amana. She wasn't feeling all day either, so she'll be back tomorrow, okay? All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, all rise.
J.D. Power now ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. Visit sleepnumber.com to learn more.
David, we were up over in Knott's Berry Farm, looked out the window, and what do you have? Another pursuit. This is eastbound 91 freeway, just past the 5 freeway. Unclear which agency is pursuing this vehicle. Right now, he's going so fast, there's nobody right behind him, but very erratic driving, getting off of the 91 freeway. It's a black Honda Civic. The driver's side window rolled down. Apparently, this was an attempted traffic stop. As I mentioned, unclear which agency and who is pursuing here, or if this is technically still in pursuit mode. But what you can see here is that the driving is very dangerous, very erratic and aggressive tactics as he tries to thread the needle here, squeezing through these two cars at a red light. You can see some front end damage on that bumper, now turning left onto Huntington Avenue, just south of the 91 freeway. This appears to be a residential street, doing about 60 miles per hour down a residential street just east of Maple Street. So Huntington Avenue and Maple Street, just coming up on Maple, making a right turn now, slowing down just a little bit, zigzagging his way again through this residential neighborhood with nobody right behind him, but making random turns nonetheless here at a pretty high rate of speed and not really stopping for any of these stop signs. Look like he's pulling over and maybe thinking about dumping the vehicle. There goes the driver's side door opening up, and he is either going to walk or run away here. He dropped his phone, and now maybe getting in the vehicle. We'll see here. It looks like he's very, very agitated, in a rush to get away from that vehicle. Getting in a pickup truck. We'll see if he. Okay, yeah, he does not. He does. I was going to say maybe he happens. Yeah, he's breaking into the pickup truck. Right, so he's getting back in that original car. Almost for a second, looks like he was intentionally getting in that pickup truck as if he also had the keys, but obviously was trying to break in there, now choosing to get away in that original pursuit vehicle. I could tell you that Anaheim PD's helicopter is overhead here. They have eyes on it. They are probably streaming ABC7 as we speak as well, and you can see now getting back onto Falmouth Avenue at a high rate of speed after failing to take over that pickup truck back in that original Honda Civic as he tries to hide out somewhere in this neighborhood. Unclear whether he's going to get back on the freeway here, but he's almost doing a complete circle as he's basically come out the other side of this neighborhood. So heading northbound now on Catalpa Avenue into oncoming lanes of traffic. Some wild turns here. They have to get some ground units into this area because the driving, as I see it, is just way too dangerous to let this go on much further, nonetheless, in the middle of rush hour. You've got to wonder right off the bat whether this vehicle belongs to him. It just doesn't make sense that he would just dump the vehicle for no other reason except for maybe the possibility of the fact that it might be running out of gas. So if the gas is low and if it's a stolen car, that would have made a lot of sense. Now he's parking it in a parking spot once again. Clearly, really trying to get rid of this vehicle and now running through this subdivision here. We'll try and get across here. It looks like it's going to be North Schooner Lane as he runs through these townhomes in Anaheim. We'll try and get, if we widen now, we'll see. Okay, let's stay on him. Stay on him right here. He's just running around this building here. Looks like he's coming up on another couple of cars parked here, a van and a small red compact car. Looks like he's trying to break in to the van. He finds an open door in that white van. And now you can see the black and whites pulling up right behind him. He's blocked in. He's inside the car, likely trying to hotwire it at this point. And you can see they have lit him up and basically blocked him in. If he tries to back out, it could get ugly. But in any event, officers now with their guns drawn. squarely they have their eyes on him. They're just waiting for backup at this point, and obviously trying to bark some orders at him, hoping he gets out of the vehicle. Let's try and come around the other side if we can. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're actually on the north side of the Disneyland TFR, so we actually are going to be forced to hold this position right here. Unfortunately, we can't see the driver's side of that white van. But again, if you're just tuning in, there is a pursuit driver that is just look at this. Look at this. Ramming into the front of that black and white, that is Fulton police. Fulton police now trying to block him in as he puts it in reverse. He's going up and down, he has nowhere to go here. He's really trying to ram that car out of his way as he is now stuck in that parking spot. There's really nowhere for him to go. He's got a fence in front of him. Look at this. Look at violently into reverse, ramming right into that Fulton Police Department vehicle. That's right. Yes. This is very dangerous. Obviously, that officer has no choice but to use force if his life is in danger, but he is waiting for backup, and at this point really has very few options available to him. Here's another officer on the suspect's right rear flank. So now two officers, not sure if they both came from that same patrol car, but I only see those two officers on foot. And he is just going back and forth. Now he's created some room to escape here, and he's going to probably try and ram in again or do a 4-point turn and turn it around. He's got to turn it all the way around without hitting that tree, and he may have a couple minutes to do it here because what else can those officers do? They really don't have many options. Here comes the backup. Here comes backup. Head-to-head. This is dangerous. Look at this. A head-on situation almost with that patrol car. Officers out of the vehicle, and now he's racing through the subdivision as more officers race into this neighborhood. Look at this. What is he going to do here? Around all of those black and whites, those are two Fulton police officers that are now going to try and turn around with him. Look at this. Look at what we are seeing here. He is now back on Coronet Avenue after evading 4 separate black and whites who were just pulling into the neighborhood to try and help that original officer after a wild scene in that parking lot. We now have a brand new pursuit on our hands here as he has carjacked this vehicle and now racing down Coronet Avenue at Maple Street. Once again, a dangerous situation on the hands of Fulton Police here. That's right. And anybody who is willing to engage with those cops like that, attempted assault on, look at this, ramming past all of this traffic here as he tries to get back on the freeway. It looks like he's trying to get back on the 91 freeway. He sideswiped 2 separate cars to get through that red light, getting back onto the 91 freeway. Surely CHP is being called in here as Fulton Police really has their hands tied. Many of those officers, I have not seen them get much closer to him, and now he is on the westbound side of the 91 freeway. As I was about to say, anybody who is that reckless and willing to put themselves in that position where they are face to face with those officers, it is a desperate suspect behind the wheel here, and obviously very, very dangerous. Getting onto the 5. And he just has no regard. He has no problem ramming into anybody at this point or sideswiping any vehicle that's in his way. So I think we are about to see some really dangerous, very precarious situation here for every motorist who you see in this frame. Again, westbound side of the 91 freeway has now transitioned to the southbound the northbound 5 freeway. He is now northbound on the 5 freeway where traffic, I've got to tell you, is relatively light For as far as I can see out the window from up here in Air 7 HD, very little traffic in his way. I can only imagine, as you were wondering too, David, that I can only imagine that CHP has been requested to take this over, because you've got Anaheim PD, who's pretty much out of pocket. They do have their airship in the area, but Fullerton PD is now out of their jurisdiction. Now he's getting off at Beach Boulevard. So getting off at Beach Boulevard onto Beach Boulevard. Oh, look at that, fishtailing as he came off the freeway there onto Beach Boulevard, off of Beach Boulevard onto Auto Center Drive, as he continues northbound at a high rate of speed. A little more traffic on this street here as he makes a wild right turn into oncoming lanes of traffic. There's Anaheim PD's helicopter. They are directly over him, likely calling out for CHP. But right now, ever since he took this vehicle out of that parking lot, we have not seen any ground units engage with this suspect yet. Yeah, very fearful, very agitated driver behind the wheel here. It all started as a failed traffic stop, refusing to pull over. He was in a black Honda Civic when it all started, and it appeared, we saw him on several occasions try and dump that vehicle, and now he has taken over a white van. That's a GMC van, almost looks like a work van that was parked in those townhomes, now on Artesia Boulevard, as CHP tries to get in here and race up Artesia to catch up with the suspect. But once again, no black and whites in sight, as he is breaking every rule of the road and showing no regard for anybody's safety here, just ramming into vehicles whenever he sees anybody in his way. He sideswiped two separate vehicles getting off of the 91 freeway, lost control at Beach Boulevard, as you said, David. He fishtailed off of the freeway there, almost lost control actually, and is now regained control on a much less traveled boulevard here. This is Artesia Boulevard,